Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today we are going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be looking at the art of David Shrigley. And David Shrigley is a very well-known English artist, British artist, and who's been very productive over the past few years. In fact, probably more than anyone, and has already had a few exhibitions of the art that he has made over the course of the pandemic called the Lockdown Drawings, of which I think these actually are even more recent than that. So these are some probably of all of the artworks that we've done, sometimes they're 20 years old, 50 years old, 200, 500 years old. This is probably the freshest artworks that we're going to be recreating, and we're going to be doing a few of them. So there's this one here, this one here, this one here, and this one here. Now, you don't have to do them all. I'm going to do all four of them because they're relatively straightforward, and I wanted to show everyone sort of how you could do them. You could certainly pick and choose the ones you want to do, or you might even be inspired to create your own in the style of David Shrigley. So this is going to be really exciting. I'm going to also do a little bit of different things with the Imprimatura, just to kind of answer some lingering questions that I think have come up. And so today is one of our most basic classes of all. Anybody can do what we're about to do. You can even collaborate with a younger person in your life or an older person in your life, and they could help you apply a little bit of the paint so that you can collaborate with them together. So let's get right to this. I want to show you that there are some actually, before we go there, let's just look at the outline for the class, what we're going to be doing today. We're going to start with getting some images onto the canvas. I've already done that, so I'm going to show you how I did that. Then again, we're going to talk about the Imprimatura, which is that first layer of paint, the stain that we apply. And typically I do a yellow, but we might do a few different ones so you can see. Then we'll talk a little bit about David Shrigley's biography. Then we'll go into maybe doing a little bit of underpainting. I don't know if we're going to need to do that today. And this is typically the routine that we do, sort of go into the background, paint a little background, go into the foreground, do a little more in the foreground, go back to the background, finish that off, then go to the foreground, finish the foreground, and then we're done. Sometimes we even do another pass on the foreground, background. Today, because they're such relatively simple paintings, we should be able to move through them at a pretty good speed. Obviously, some people will take a little bit longer than others, depending on your level of perfection, right? So, because we're doing so many, I think we'll probably be kind of finishing up in about 2.5 hours from now, depending. As I said, you can, just watch one of them or skip. Eventually, you will see that there are timestamps on the bottom of every episode, and you can just sort of skip to the parts that you want to do. Okay, so let's go to the next step here, or the first step, the image transfer. How do we get one of these beautiful images onto the canvas? Well, I want to let you know that for every single one of these pictures, I did an outline so that you can print out the outline. It's free in the Dropbox. I'll show you where that is in just a moment. And, there are these little outlines that we can print out, and you can trace them in various different ways to get them onto the canvas. Okay, so let me show you where that file is. I've been watching a whole bunch of interviews with David Shrigley lately. He's got a very dry kind of way of talking. So anyway, if you click in the description below, you're going to see a Dropbox folder. And in this Dropbox folder, you're going to see there's like 150 folders in here. All of the more complex paintings begin with 0, 1. And all of the most easy intro beginner's artworks at the very top of the folder have letters. right? So here we are at L. David Shrigley. We click in here, you're going to see all of these files, all well organized. And there's 2 copies of each of the outline. One's a JPEG, one's a PDF. So just print out whichever one. Some printers make it or prefer a PDF than a JPEG to print from. Okay, and then actually before I move on, I want to remind you that there is this private Facebook group just for people like you. If you're new to the channel, join the Facebook group, upload your finished artworks, or even artworks that you're still working on if you want some advice from some of the great community members here. This group just keeps on getting larger and larger with people from all over the world, all different cultures joining, which I think is just so exciting to me personally. I just love that there's so many people from all over, different backgrounds, posting their artwork, things that they're passionate in. Whether it's something we're doing in class or outside of class is irrelevant, because it's just a great place to just be encouraged by other people seeing what they're doing. So let's look at this process. So I use a transfer process to get the image onto the canvas, and I'm just going to play this and talk over top. I do all of the artworks on 9x12 sized canvas boards, and you can order these boards off of Amazon, which is what I do. And if you want to get the exact ones I use, you can use one of the links in the description below. If you want, you can also get these canvas boards from the dollar store. You can see here I'm using a brand new sheet of carbon paper, because you can use the same sheet dozens of times, maybe probably 20-30 times before you need to throw it out, because really all we need is just to get some of the lines on the canvas to help us kind of figure out where the composition is. It makes life so much easier. You also see there's text on all of these images, and I just went over the center. I didn't go around the whole outline. That just takes twice as long to do. So let's keep on going. There's not a lot of detail here. Come on. There we go. And then just before you peel it off, just double check to make sure all the lines and words that you want on there are there. Then we can just peel that off. And then we'll just keep on going. We got a little assembly line here. We'll do the same thing. You get it in there and then trace over all the lines. There's another one. Come on. Come on, computer. I need to get a new computer for doing all this. This old thing is old for a computer, like in computers live in like dog years, right? It's like I think this is almost an 8-year-old, 9-year-old computer, which puts it in its like late 50s in human years, right? Not that I'm too far away from that myself. But these computers, they make them so that they fall apart pretty soon, eh? Anyway, so again, using this carbon paper. Oh, come on. I think this is the last one that I did. Oh, and you see I missed a little bit of the top of the head there. So that's why you always just double check before you peel that tape off and make sure you got all of what you need on there. Okay. And so once you've got that done, then you've got a stack of these things ready to go. In fact, let's just take all of these sheets off. I just think it's so neat, like when we start out with just blank canvases, and then they look like this, and they already start to feel like something's happening and coming together. And then a couple hours from now, we have finished artworks. Isn't that just the coolest thing in the world? Okay, so now that let's even just lay these out on the table here, just so we see. look at that, because then we'll do this later on. I'll try to remember what order I had. The Old Dog Elegant Sorry Tennis Ball. Old Dog Elegant Sorry Tennis Ball. Old Dog Elegant Sorry Tennis Ball. Just want to see if I can remember. Everybody remember that, right? Old Dog Elegant Sorry Tennis Ball. So, now what I normally do... Well, I like putting these things out because it makes it easier for me to see the process here. So, okay, now we're going to start applying some paint on here. We're going to stain the canvas, or as the Italians called it, the Imprimatura, that first layer of paint. And just so that we're all on the same page, so that you know what colors I'm using when I'm talking about colors, these are the 8 tubes of paint, although I almost rarely, maybe every 10th episode, use black. Maybe... I haven't thought about it if we need black, but it's always good to have. It's sort of like a fire extinguisher. If you need it, it's great to have, right? Otherwise, these are all the colors. Now, if you don't have this brand of Amsterdam paint, I'm not sponsored by them, so I'm not saying they're the best paint ever. In fact, if you want a higher quality paint, probably golden would be even better. And so this is kind of the selection of tubes I would suggest if you want to use golden. Liquitex is also a pretty high quality professional grade. They have a few. This is the Liquitex Basics. They have another one. I think it's like Liquitex Pro or Studio or something. Winsor & Newton makes a line of acrylic paints, as well as a lot of oil paints. Artist Loft by Michael's Art Supply, Buzz, Peebo, Holbein, and Daler-Rowney. Right, so those are all the colors that we're about to use to do this. So, let's think for a moment. What I'm thinking about doing is applying a different Imprimatura to the background of each of these images. At the very least, for this one, I'm going to do my typical warm yellow. And then I'm going to put a kind of a white over top of that. So if you're just like, well, I don't think it's actually white, Michael, or yellow. If this is the image, okay, so why are we even talking about yellow? It's because I like to put this first color down and then paint something over top of it, which does all sorts of things. We've talked about this before, but the other thing is by putting a little bit of paint and then putting the white over, we're just also going to smooth that surface up. The more paint we have on there, just the less texture of the canvas we have, which I like. Some people love highly textured surfaces. I'm not really one of them. I always find it drives me a little bit bonkers. So, Donna says, be careful with the age jokes. Yes, like, for myself, I gotta be careful. One of these days, I'm gonna make a joke about all those old people out there, and then my daughter is gonna be like, Dad, you're an old man. Okay. So, let's put some of this. I am going to do one of these today where I'm going to skip... Oops, sorry. I'm going to skip the yellow, and I'm going to actually... I'll mix a little bit of this into my white, just so you can see the difference between one where there's the yellow Imprimatura and then the white over top of it, and one that's just white with a little bit of yellow. And we'll see if we can notice the difference. So, I always just think I'd much rather have a little bit of some yellow kind of poking through the surface. It just gives a painting the illusion that there's more to it, more going on. And especially when we have a relatively simple painting like this, Not that I feel like I need to do something to compensate for its simplicity. It just is one of those things that helps give it a little bit of extra weight. Like, I don't know how would you just, I don't know what the analogy would be. Yeah, I don't know. I often go right to food. I'm always trying to think, like, what would be the comparison with food in this situation? Like, is it like serving a very simple dish on a really nice plate that kind of just reminds people that it's not just fast food, that there's something that you should still take this seriously. I don't know. You let me know what you think. Okay. I'm actually going to wipe this brush off. I got maybe put a little bit too much paint on here, so I kind of brush a bit, wipe some of that paint off. Okay. So there's that first layer with the warm yellow. Okay. I'll put that up there to dry. Now let's just take a second to think about looking at these other ones. The palette, like even this, Racoon here, the color here, that's not white. I mean, because we could see at the very top here, this is white. So this one's kind of cream, right? Same thing here. We could see this is not totally white. Not to say that you could just paint this directly onto a white canvas. This one with the red, I think I might do this with the white. I'll mix white and yellow in there. So let's just think about maybe the blue, this pink. What about if we do a blue under here, a cool blue? Just as to kind of, it's always kind of nice to use opposing colors, contrasting colors. So what if we take a little bit of cool blue, and this is just right out of something from the tube as well. And I'm just going to use, this is an old, just a lid from, I don't know, a peanut butter jar or something. And this paint is also paint right from the tube. You've probably seen me squeeze the last little bit of paint into these jars. So I just, that way I don't, because sometimes it gets really hard, so eventually I just cut these open, scoop it right out. So let's just take some of this paint. I know it looks yellow, but there's barely any pigment in here, so I don't foresee this turning it into like a green paint. Hey, and even if it did, what would be necessarily so wrong with that? So I think this will just be kind of a fun little experiment, especially with these beginner episodes. For me, it's always like, how do I keep myself entertained, right? And I also think those of you that have been painting with me for a little while, why not mix it up a little bit and test yourself, try a few things out and experiment. So all of this is going to go white in about 10 minutes. But underneath, we're going to have this little bit of blue informing the overall color. Okay. Wow, so many people in the chat. Awesome. I'm not too worried about streaks. Again, my major concern would just be about texture. But having this have a kind of a big buildup of texture on there that I probably don't want. But having some water in the paint is also going to really help prevent a lot of texture from building up. Okay, and then when it comes to the raccoon, we've got green and a little bit of a purple. And there goes my Canada flag. Let's just think about green. So we have these two colors here. Its opposite is red. So maybe let's put a... trying to think. What if we use a little bit of... let's do cool red. So I think that will look good in the background there. Trying to do a little studio maintenance here. Let's just take this warm red while I've got it here. Let's just squeeze a bit. Oh, I was going to use cool red, right? Well, now we're using warm red. So, hey. It is what it is. The temperature of the paint for this type of thing is still has relevance, but once we dilute it with some water, and then once we paint over top of it with another color, in this case white, it's gonna, whatever temperature that was there is going to affect the painting maybe 10%. So, you know, as I said, I'm using warm red when I was planning on using cool red, but I don't think it's going to make a major difference. Everything we do when we're making a painting makes a difference, but you know, I think you sort of have to think like, well, how big of a difference is it really? Is it going to change the way people see this painting? Probably by all of this stuff I'm doing right now, I bet you the majority of people will not notice, won't care about, even if you explain it to them. Say, oh yeah, actually I put a bit of warm red under there. And they're like, huh, yeah, interesting. Anyway, so what are you guys doing this weekend? You're like, but I thought so long and hard about the... Yeah, I'm not really that interested in that. One thing I do, just doing all of this right at the beginning of a painting for me is also just, it's kind of fun. Like getting a big brush and just brushing paint over a surface like this is something we don't often get to do. So it's sort of like get a little bit of my kicks out early in the painting here. Maybe I'm just gonna, there's a lot maybe of extra paint on here. So rather than just going back and forth, let's see if I just do that. Speed that whole process up. Okay, so again, there's some stripes on there, but all that's gonna is basically just disappear completely. So I'm not too worried about that. Okay, so next step I want to do is just to now apply paint over top of these layers. So I think I'm going to blow dry them really quickly to speed up this process. And then I'm going to mix some white paint to go over top of it. Okay. So I'm just going to mute the microphone for a moment here. Okay, so now I've got all of these cooked up and ready to go. Where am I going to put all my paintings here? Okay, let's move this out of the way. Now what I'm going to do is start putting some paint on my palette, and I'm going to mix a Maybe I should do this. You know what? I'm gonna use a little. It's not gonna be big enough though. I'm gonna use a cup here, which is not ideal because I'd like to be able to for people to be able to see how much I'm doing here. So, well, I'm just gonna do it. I want to make, because I'm going to be doing all 4 of these. How much paint did I put in there? It's kind of hard to see. That's a sizable, that's basically, when you see me squeezing paint out onto my palette, that's like all of the colors. So it's a sizable amount of paint. Now I'm going to take my matte medium for this. I'm just going to give this a good little shake. And I'm going to put about, that's about 2 to 1 in there. Maybe I'm going to even use a little bit more. The reason why I'm using, some people would say, oh, well, just add water instead. Well, we already used water for these surfaces, right? So adding more water risks the possibility that when you try to paint that on top of these surfaces, that we could end up actually wiping some of that color off. Let's say this red here. So that's a bit of a little bit of a more risky maneuver. Just feeling this feels like add a little bit more of this medium in here because I got 4 canvases. I want to make sure I've got enough. Not that we have to do it all at once. So it's probably, the other thing too, when we mix white paint and medium together, acrylic medium is just paint without any pigment in it, right? It's basically the binder that holds pigment together, and a binder is like a glue. I still feel like I need more of this. I'd rather use, for this to be a little bit, because what this is going to do is it's thinning the paint out. It's going to make it a little bit more transparent, and so why go to all put red and yellow and blue down if we're just going to cover it up with white? Right, that makes no sense. This is going to make it a little bit transparent, so some of that color still comes through a little bit. Okay, where should we start here with the red? And so we'll see really quickly if this is too thick. Not bad. Not bad. If it's too thick or it's not transparent enough, then obviously we won't be able to see the image or the words on here, which sort of, again, defeats the whole purpose of doing that step. So we want to make sure that that's visible. The one thing I find about using matte medium for this type of exercise, for this part of the process, is it's great when it's thick, but once it starts getting thin because we start brushing it out, often it starts drying very quickly. So we have to be kind of quick, otherwise it kind of starts to smudge a little bit. Don't know how else to explain that. Well, we'll see it. It's going to happen very quickly here. It's already starting to happen a bit. I think that might be as far as I can do with this one. Now that is a little bit thin. So I might have put just a little bit too much matte medium. In there. One of the other reasons why using white is kind of nice is because it's kind of more forgiving. Okay, I'm going to move that out of the way. Kathy says, don't ever try to get the last bit of paint out of a tube by banging it on the edge of the table. I learned my lesson. The lid wasn't fully on. I'm really glad I bought Goo Gone for the latex paint on my carpet. Yikes. If you want a story like that, many years ago when I was much younger, I worked as a busboy at the Hard Rock Cafe. I don't know when I was, maybe that was 15 years old or something. And at night, you know, before or when it was really quiet, what you would do is what they call marrying ketchup bottles, which is, now it's kind of gross to think about, but you just take ketchup bottles and constantly, if they're half empty, fill each one of them up and then throw out or recycle the ones that were then empty. So you'd be marrying the bottles and just trying to get the last little bit out. And of course, to get sometimes that ketchup be really nice. So you're like, you put the lid on close and you're whipping it like this to try to get the last little bit out. One day I was doing that. I didn't realize the lid wasn't on, so I went, whoop, and this big thing of ketchup went all the way up, and the ceiling was like 40 feet in the air, all the way up on the wall, on the floor. Oh my goodness. And within like 30 seconds later, one of the bartenders came in and was like, "Oh my goodness, what is going on?" And I just blamed it on a customer. I was like, "I don't know, these people here are just wild animals." And they're like, "Yeah, I know, they're just disgusting. Look at what kind of mess this is. It's gonna take forever to clean up." But I just like, I think we've all been there where you do something really stupid and you just, all you can do is just stop and just look at the scale of the disaster. Oh my goodness. But I came back like the next day and they had cleaned it all off. I don't know. That location is long gone. That was about 20 years ago or so. I kind of had it there for a moment. Now I could go back over this and do another coat. I feel like this is this is like what happens when you triple a recipe or quadruple the recipe. You get it. It works really well when you've done it many times to the same size, and then you double it. So it is very streaky. I might just let these dry and then do a much thinner coat to go over top of all of them. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It's always a bit of an experiment, right? So this one, let's just do this. We'll just keep on going. I was gonna like, maybe I'll switch this up the way I approach this one. And it's like, no. Let's just keep things consistent. Now this one, I think I just went too far. So it's interesting. I can see it's starting to actually mix with that blue paint. Interesting, Michael. Well, you can't say that I don't... that I'm stuck in my ways. Right? Definitely always trying something a little bit different. I mean, just right off the bat here, I think it's worth noticing, like, one of the benefits of this warm yellow is that if it is a little bit streaky, it shows up the least on the warm yellow, right? On the other ones, when we have a darker background, we're painting any kind of thing over top of it, that's just going to be way more visible just because the contrast is more apparent, immediately apparent. So with this one, I was going to do something a little bit different, right? So let's move that out of the way. Let's put some white back in here. Put that white. Where's my yellow? So I'm going to mix this. Let's use matte medium. And I'll stir this up. So now this is about maybe one. Actually, we need a little bit more. I was going to put 1:1 matte medium to paint. Let's see. I'm going to just dip a little bit of that yellow in there. And hey, maybe in 2 minutes I'll find out that I've been doing this wrong the entire time and that this is the genius way to do it. So let's see. This is my white with just maybe, 50% white, 50% matte medium, and just this little dip into my warm yellow. And then I'm going to brush this directly over this surface. should have made a bigger batch. Just barely enough to get this done. Okay, so I mean that actually looks pretty good for this type of a painting. I think this maybe is the best method, at least at the moment. Because obviously there's nothing that I'm covering up that I'm worried about. Like you can't really see any streaks. The only place you might be able to see streaks is where it's going over top of the pencil lines, but they're so thin it seems almost absurd, right? So that works actually pretty well. I'm quite pleased with that. Now the effect is very subtle. Like let's get a piece of paper. In fact, let's get the original. Just so you can kind of see that there still is a slight difference in color. I don't know how well that comes across on camera. But obviously this is white paper, and the painting itself now has just a slightly cream quality to it. Okay. So I'm gonna blow dry all of these again, and then let's just see if we want to do another round of paint on top of these. And if we do another one, we actually probably want to make it very, very thin. Sender says, oh no, make sure to blow dry before starting the white layers. I just learned my lesson. That's true. And you may have seen while I was blow drying, I was also going around the edges. Sometimes there's a little bit of paint that builds up around the sides, and the surface, the top surface, looks like it's totally dry. And then you go to start painting, and you actually mix some of those colors into whatever color you're putting on top. Which, if you're painting white, all of a sudden you got pink or baby blue or something. Okay, I'm just going to mute. Okay. So a few things happened here. Like, these two are definitely not as opaque as I wanted them to be. My warm red and cool blue. So I'm gonna try a little bit more of the white. It does risk that some of those lines are gonna get pretty hard to see. Again, you could see on top of the white it worked pretty well, but there was a little bit of paint there, and I decided to try wiping it away, and I made it worse and worse and worse. Blow dried it, let it dry a little bit, and then I'm gonna basically have to do that, the whole surface again. Also, I think it's worth just seeing here. I don't know if you can see this. That is pretty interesting. And it's still a little bit wet. I kind of heaped on the paint there and then blow dried it, and it's actually basically kind of cracked. Like the surface, basically what is happening is the top surface dried, completely cured before the paint underneath it, and that means that it's like kind of pulled everything underneath away. So there's a bunch of things that didn't go quite right here. And these are panels that I'm not recommending to you because I'm not super happy with the way they turned out. With the way that they hold paint, they seem to warp pretty easily. And that hot air, when we blow it on these surfaces, really stresses out the panel. Anyway, I'm gonna try putting another layer of white and matte medium. I'm just gonna add a bit more medium here. And hey, if I can't see it, it's okay. It's my painting. So if the worst comes to worst, I can just retrace the outline on here, or I can try to eyeball it, and then you can just see how well I do with that as well, right? So let's see. Now that does look like most of my lines are gone. It's okay. Well, I see them starting to kind of slowly reappear. So, well, who knows? We'll have to just wait and see on this one. I'm going to move that to the side. I do prefer it a little bit more opaque than when it was a little bit kind of blue. I don't think that was doing much positive. Okay, those are good. And let's just try this one more time. In fact, what I want to do, so there's this corner that is giving me some grief. I'm actually going to mute it, blow dry this. I'm going to give it a quick sanding in that area because there's a little bit of texture here, and see if I can just basically make my mistake disappear. I'm trying to use, there was the kind of the way the paint kind of peeled off. Left some texture. That's good. Okay. I think that's good. So let's do another layer of this white on here. Although I wasn't too unhappy with it as it was, mostly just to try to bring that corner that I was just working on in alignment with the rest of the painting here. Okay. Cool. I think these are going to be okay. That blue one looks like the lines have kind of gone mostly away, so we'll just let them all dry and see what happens. Now I'm just going to take a couple seconds here to clean up my workspace. Laurie says, I'm glad the cracking happened. I've always heard of the dangers of cracking with heat, but I've never seen it. Definitely always trying to replicate every situation like that possible so that you can see what not to do. But in all seriousness, I mean, that is probably not the best way to do cracking. Actually, I do have, maybe if I can find it, a substance that you can use that will actually create cracks for you. I don't have, I used to do this in a project when I used to teach in class, or in person, I mean. Okay, just clean up a little bit. That makes me feel better. Okay. Oh, it's that cracking medium. I can't find it just at the moment. I'll have to take a look. I do have some. It's just like any other kind of medium, which you like slow dry medium or glazing medium, which you can mix into your paint in order to get that type of effect. The other thing too is I often find when you put mediums in your paint that they tend to have like stronger gluing properties. Like, so for instance, I notice it particularly when I make a mess and I'm cleaning my mess up after these episodes end. If I've got some kind of paint that has medium, like particularly slow dry medium, paint pouring medium is the worst. They can be pretty hard to get off of your table with just soap and water. And even I've got a few substances that I've talked about before that I use to clean up, and even then you still got to put some real elbow grease in there to get it off. So if it's in one of your paint brushes, it's a good idea to take care of that sooner than later so you don't ruin your paint brushes. So I think this is the fourth one we did. This is the one where I just used white paint, or just clear matte medium, and a little bit of warm yellow in here. And this was the simplest technique and seemed to have worked the best for our purposes. All of these other ones took much longer. Now, would I use this process going forward? Again, it depends. This is typically what in fact, let's just take a quick second just so we can see these two side by side at this stage, right? And then you can sort of judge for yourself. Now, on camera, I think it might be pretty hard to see the differences. You might be able to see a little bit of streaking. I don't know. To be honest, it'd be interesting to hear your opinions. This one probably looks the cleanest, versus this one still looks a little bit patchy, and it's still very wet. So as it dries, we may even see more of that yellow coming through. Ostensibly, they're very similar in that we both have white, and this has got just a little bit of warm yellow, whereas this, we put a whole coating of warm yellow and then sort of disguised it with white. So again, we'll see maybe as the paintings evolve how they end up. Okay. Oh, come on. Sorry, I gotta restart that software for a second. Okay, maybe while this computer is doing its thinking. Okay, there we go. Now I can bring that back. So, okay, so let's start looking at the colors that we need to mix. Just see if we do, in fact, need to put all of these colors on the palette. This right here for the old dog, that one is just a cool blue. Maybe a little bit of white, perhaps. We'll have to see about that one. I'll paint that one a little bit because it's still pretty wet. This one, that's a cool green with some white in it to make it a little bit more, just to tone or to tint it down a little bit so it's not quite such a bright lime green. Gives it a bit more of a slightly teal quality. This one here is a bit of a, obviously pink, but that's a magenta. We can even see it in the feet. and this is a warm red. So we've got warm red here. I think we can just go and start painting warm red on here. Is this actually dry? See a little bit of shiny surfaces. I don't know if you can just there. So just to keep it, either let it dry, or I'm going to use the hairdryer just to kind of speed this process up. So let's do that real quick. Okay. So I'm gonna put my, what is it, warm red here. That's where we're gonna start. So also, it looks like we've got warm red for the cat, and this is a bit more of a cooler red. So I think I'll use actually a little bit of cool red mixed in with that. Conversely, it could also be a little bit of warm blue, which kind of will give it almost the illusion of a cool red. And I think he probably did that to darken it a little bit. That if we had just warm red, sorry, for the cat and warm red for the font or the text, that it would be almost too light, just because there'd be much smaller paint strokes surrounded by all that white, and it might actually make those colors look pink rather than darker, right? So he's using a little bit, as simple as this looks, you can see a little bit of color theory in here to help make this text actually still look kind of as dark as this. Anyway, we'll talk about that when we get there. Let's actually paint the cat itself here. So I'm going to take my warm red right out of the tube, and let's just start painting this cat. I think it's possible that we might want to do 2 coats. Oh, I didn't, I meant to talk about how about we'll get this started, and then we'll talk about his biography. We'll get one of these, we'll get one done, maybe even, for anyone who doesn't want to stick around for the whole episode. So for like little areas, like this, I'm going to use a small brush, but I don't want that kind of ridge there. So then I can take my big brush and come back around and sort of clean that up and make it look like I used a big brush the entire time. How about... And you could use this same sort of approach for the, you know, you could outline the whole thing if you want to. With a smaller brush. These little ears up top here. So I think I will do a second coat. Oops. What did I just do? Oh, okay. Bonked the camera. Almost done this first layer. Mostly just start cleaning up the inside of the shape and the ridges that formed. So he actually sold these as prints as well. So I don't know if they exist as paintings somewhere. I'm sure there's an original somewhere, but I haven't didn't see those on sale anywhere. So anyway, that's pretty good for that layer there. Let's mix the font. Let's just keep on rolling ahead here. So I need a sip of tea. Yeah, so to make this a little bit darker, because if we just paint that the words with this color, those words are going to look kind of pink rather than, so we just want to make them 10% darker. And we know that if we take our warm red and mix a little bit of cool blue, we pull this in towards the center. So we could add a little bit of cool blue, maybe even a bit of cool yellow into that mixture. Let's take, I'm just going to use this here. I'm going to need a bunch of cool blue anyway, eventually. And I keep forgetting to use these jars. So actually, let's take a little bit of blue here. Do you see how that... Now that's much darker because that's just a lot of cool blue. But it gives us an idea of how we can just darken that color as opposed to using black, which black is fine, except the only thing is just black kind of kills the energy out of a color. And I'd rather use other colors to darken my colors than just kill it with black. Okay, so let's take this. I will mix it in here. Guess I'm going to need a bit more of again, it's a little bit darker. But I think that's going to be really good. It's we'll see how visible the difference is when we start painting it. I'm not too worried about that. So actually, rather than just wash these, let's just take a smallish brush. Okay. I still think I'm going to add another coat of warm blue back over top of what we have here, but I'm just going to start the text writing process. So, in fact, well, let's put them side by side. Well, I mean, I guess I don't need to do another layer, but I think it would just, it's quite hard to see, but I think if I hold my hands, you can see it's a little bit uneven, and a little bit of that, another coat of that warm red I think will help. Anyway, I want to do these words. So one of the tricks to doing text is to take your time. You know, if you're new to doing painting words, it's different than writing words with a pencil, because you usually want your paintbrush to be going. You sort of want to be dragging it away when you paint. You don't really want to be pushing your paint, which you could do with a ballpoint pen. A little bit with a pencil, although you might, tear the paper a little bit. But the benefit of, of a pencil is it can go in all sorts of different directions. A paintbrush can, but like, in fact, let's just do a quick demo here. If I'm trying to write this, I can't go up, right? See what happened? Like, the paintbrush. I know this might sound obvious, but you want to be trying to pull the paintbrush away from you, right? Sometimes you have to shift your hand to make that happen. Okay. And how thick are these here? So take your time when you do this kind of thing. If you rush it, they're just going to look pretty sloppy. So I'm always looking to kind of get a fairly sharp tip to my paintbrush. And the way that I do that is I get some paint on my brush, and then I might even just kind of spin it and pull it towards me. Alright, we'll do this a few times. Because what that does, it just sort of twists the paint bristles up together. So I'll show it again. See how I kind of just spin the brush? And feel free to, when you're doing this type of thing, if it's easier to turn the canvas to get at different parts of the same letter even, not just the whole thing, but if you need to turn your, oops, where was I? I wanted this for you. Right, if you need to turn your canvas in whatever way to make it easier, let's say like this, go. I'm sort of exaggerating a little bit, but this also, personally, I would find this really difficult to do on an easel. Doing any kind of lettering on an easel, I think it'd be really tricky, but I know there's some people out there who can do it. I've just never been able to do that type of a work on an easel. That's, for me, painting on a table. Because I used to do a lot of this type of thing. I used to do a lot of paintings with cartoons and word balloons. So I didn't like that there was this kind of gap between the E and the G here. So I'm just lengthening those letters just a little bit. That's great. So many people watching today. I wonder how many people are familiar with this artist's work. We'll take a look here as soon as I'm going to finish this, and then we'll take a look at David Shrigley's biography, who he is, some of the art he's made in the past. Actually, let's look at them side by side and just see at this moment. So right there, those letters that I've written already are kind of thin. Do I want to widen them? Not sure. Not sure I do. I'm going to do the rest down here, and then maybe I'll do the second coat on the body, and maybe even start doing the rest of the face. and then I'll think about it, because I'm not in a hurry to have to do that. I mean, it sort of makes sense to widen them, because down here these are going to be thin. They need to be thinner just for legibility purposes. So right now I'm all about the same size. I always just find it easier to... It's obviously... It's kind of like a one-way street. We can widen these letters infinitely, but once they're too wide, making them thin is... I mean, it can be done, but it's almost prohibitively, like, using this process, actually, of all three of these canvases, would be the easiest, because I could just mix some more white with a little bit of yellow and do that. Fixing the other ones, however, less so. Okay, so another thing is this paintbrush is starting to kind of clump up a little bit. So, just going to wipe off all that excess and do that again. Do you see how, like, these letters, they're, even though this paint is now much darker than this red, visually they almost look exactly the same, right? If on side by side on the palette, it's like, whoa, that's a much darker color. But because these letters are surrounded by all of that white of the canvas, they appear lighter than they actually are. The color appears lighter. So that's what I'm saying. David Shrigley here is using just a little bit of color theory to help him do this painting and make it that little bit more effective. And that's why, like, you know, people say, oh, this is just like a little kid's painting. A little, you know, any little kid could do that kind of thing. Sure, maybe. And it would be great if some little kids did do one or more of these paintings. I think that would be awesome. And I'm all for encouraging kids to paint, for sure. It's just probably a little kid would not think of doing this type of thing to mix a little bit of a darker color for the lettering. Okay, so I'm running into a little issue here where at the bottom, do I try to sort of quote-unquote fix the writing? Like, his just keeps getting a little bit smaller and smaller in the corner. I could even it out. And make it bigger. Or I could just reproduce what he's done. I think I'm just going to kind of go a little bit towards what he's done. Keep it just a bit. Yeah, we'll just keep on going. And you got to watch out for any little hairs that kind of might show up there, or globs, because when you're trying to do this type of work, these small little painting like this, anything that gets on your brush just is going to drive you bonkers. So I actually needed a little bit more room. That N is where the T was, so I had to kind of expand it a little bit. Okay, let's just take a look side by side. I think I am going to expand that text. You could just leave it as it is, but I think it won't hurt to get just a little bit wider. Another benefit of starting this a little bit thinner and then widening it is it just shows me where I can expand, so that I don't jumble, everything gets too tight. And sometimes words can then become a little bit, you know, illegible. Okay, so here again, that area where the G is, what I'm going to do is make a point to expand on the outer side of that G to bring it closer to the E, as opposed to just expanding the whole thing wider. And that way it kind of just fills up that gap in between. Same thing with that A. And here is the opposite. I don't want to get too much closer to that A, so I'm going to go in on the inside of that N. And then I look, is it kind of consistent? I think I might actually need to just go back to my eye here and widen that up. Okay, let's just take a look now. Pretty close. Okay, so I'm just going to paint another little bit of warm red. Over everything. I keep forgetting, you gotta clean that tube. Well, he says, you always make painting the writing with the papers look so easy, Michael. It's definitely, it takes some practice, and that this is a great painting. You know, all of these ones that we're doing, these Dave Shrigley paintings. How did I get that little spot? Sure. Got a little splash. Okay. So just for consistency, just to make this as nice and ooh. And I've got a lot of paint. That white paint is kind of coming off my fingers all over this canvas, so it's like my fingers have dandruff. Ah. It's almost making me think I should go wash my hands after this, because all of those previous layers, all that kind of stuff I was doing at the beginning, you know, it's just can sometimes flake off and just get in the way. This. I think it must be part of that's from the rag is. So what this does is it helps just give a cleaner, more opaque, a flatter color. These were available as prints, I think as an edition of 125. So because they're prints, the color is usually, not always the case, but usually when it's a print, is going to be a very even coating of application of color all over the surface, so you wouldn't have to worry about this. So I could see for this painting, you know, someone painting the, or just doing the outline, and then just providing it to a child just to fill in the details. Maybe not doing the text. You could, in fact, you could change the text and put any other text in there you like. You know, some people would be like, oh, How ridiculous. It just destroys the meaning. I kind of get the feeling after watching a number of interviews with David Shrigley that he would be, I think he would be, yeah, that's fine. I don't think he'd be too offended. Okay, so I'm gonna let that dry, and then I'll do the actually that looks like black. We could always mix this ourselves, but I think I'll let that dry, and then we'll do this a little bit later on in the episode. So let's move this fellow out of the way. And let's talk. Finally, I usually do this about 20 minutes into the episode. We're going to do this, well, we're going to take a look at who David Shrigley is. So, David Shrigley was born in 1968, which makes him, what, 53 years old today. He was born in Brighton, England, which is, or sorry, not in Brighton, England. He was born in Macclesfield, which is kind of between Liverpool and Manchester area. So northern England. And eventually moved to Scotland for many years, where he went to school. I think the Glasgow School of Art. Yeah, Glasgow School of Art in 88 to 91. So, and he stayed there for 27 years. So for a long period of time, he was based in Glasgow. I've actually never been to Scotland. I've always wanted to go. It's kind of on my list of places to go. I've had a few ex-girlfriends move to Scotland, so I've always been interested just to see what the attraction was. I don't know if I have something about me makes people want to go to Scotland. But what should I say? He's famous for doing so many different things. In fact, we could go. This is the gallery that represents David Shrigley, and here's some of the artwork that I mentioned a little bit earlier that he's been doing just over the past few years, these lockdown drawings. And these lockdown drawings are just very simple black and white paintings. And I think he was doing about one of these every single day. He did, I think, up to 340, and the list was growing when there was a book and several exhibitions with all of these artworks. And I just think this is like a great idea. It's sort of like what we've been doing all throughout the entire pandemic, is making artwork and just constantly making more and more work as a way of sort of developing skills, keeping ourselves busy, being a little bit, they're all very playful, which is very typical of his work, is these kind of very dry humor images. Like, let's see, what is this? I ate some of your clothes. I realize now that it was wrong. Like, I don't know. It just seems kind of, it's just funny, you know, that, you know, him ascribing these words to the dog. I want to see, will it show us, actually, if we go, exhibitions of, actually, sorry, I should have all this queued up. Maybe let's just, so again, here's some more of these lockdown drawings. The lockdown drawings typically were all like black on white. So the stuff that we're working on today was post the lockdown drawings, at least that official project. What is interesting about him is just watching some of the interviews, him sort of stressing, or at least encouraging artists to work in projects rather than just individual things, because projects just sort of keep you sort of, it's like a road trip in a way. Like there's a kind of a goal, and you're just sort of amassing things as you know, like kilometers as you go forward, and it just sort of gives a sense of satisfaction once you kind of complete something. Let me see if there's more images. No more images in these interviews. Let's just do a quick Google image on all of his work here. It's because we can see, you know, some of the ones we've been doing. Let's just see exhibition. Because I think you'd be surprised at how big some of these are, right? Some of them are, you know, again, here's the work that we're actually painting right here. So it's, you know, about that big as it was originally painted. You know, we could see here's a few more. You can see some of them are even much bigger. So some of these, you know, are maybe 30, you know, 30 by 45 or so, quite large images that he's painting. Like this really huge. I love this. Like, look at how the scale, big, big, small, small, small. You rarely see paintings kind of hung this way, or exhibited that way. And of course, he also does sculpture. Let's see if we can get the thumb. So this is kind of a famous artwork that he installed in London. This is the National, that looks, yeah, that's National Gallery right in behind, and I think right where the photographer's standing would be Canada House, the Canadian Embassy, this is Trafalgar Square in middle of downtown London. And there's this famous plinth that has been empty for like 200 years because they were going to build this giant equestrian statue there, and it didn't end up getting built. So what's kind of neat is for the past 30 or so years, they've been commissioning artists to do temporary exhibitions on that blank, empty column, and different artists will have, you know, a couple months to put a sculpture in that place. And so this is the sculpture he put in there. This thumbs up with this gigantic thumb. Also, you know, it's even himself in this interview, he says something like, my art is, I'm sure some people find my art really fun and positive and you know, humorous, and then there's some people who think that my work represents everything that is bad about contemporary art, which they've even included here in the title. Which I think is kind of funny, right? At least he acknowledges that not everybody likes his artwork. Not everybody has to. Not everybody will. That just will never happen. There's also, he's made his own music. I think, let's see, hopefully this doesn't start playing here. So he's made his own records. A lot of it is more spoken word, like reading poetry, while other musicians like David Byrne, recording music that goes in behind it. He's collaborated with other musicians. Here's Bonnie Prince Billy, which is it David Oldham is this is like a moniker for another musicians. Yeah, so he's done just so many different kinds of work, including this is the mascot for a soccer team or football team. I know that 90% of the world calls it football, not soccer, but so this is the mascot he created for that football team, which you know, was met with a certain amount of maybe some people said it sort of looks like the scary dreams they had as children, which for a mascot, I don't know, because that could be a good thing. Depending on what the goal of a mascot is. Sometimes a mascot is there to kind of antagonize the opposing team, but it's also sometimes there for little kids to get their photos taken, and if it represents something that is horrifying, then maybe little kids aren't going to be quite so interested. Let me see, is that all the images that are on here? Anyway, there's just so many different types of work that he's made over the course of his career that I really encourage you just to take a moment just to kind of peruse. Let me see, he also has a website. I don't think... what is... Yeah, David Shrigley. SlingStudio.com. And, you know, you can buy prints of his work. I mean, we can go to the shop, just so we can encourage. He's still alive. He's only a decade older than me. So you could certainly encourage you to go and purchase some of his things here. If that ever loads up, maybe we'll just keep on painting and we'll come back and see what that looks like. Okay. So, I'm going to continue working on these paintings that we've begun here. Which one should we paint next? Let's take a look. Oops. At these, and you can just see how they turned out. So I can actually see a little bit of, you know, the red one, I can still see that. That's not going to be too much of a problem for me. Although when I do paint the foundational color over top of this, maybe some of those details like the arms, that could be a little bit more tricky, but it's okay to have to try to figure those things out. Now this one here, I see a few things, but it's going to require maybe observing the original a little bit more closely when I work on that one. This one, you know, this is again with my yellow background. We'll just put it right on top. Not so worried about trying to find the, because it's, again, that's the benefit of starting with a lighter color as your Imprimatura. Everything else, it's you know, is still going to stay there. Okay. So what should I do? Let's do the most difficult one first here, where I have to do a little bit more thinking to find the original here. And this one, that's the... Here, right? Yeah. Okay, so what I need here is a pink that I'm going to paint over top. And not just any pink, I want a cool pink for this, right? So I'm going to use my, oh, that's my warm red. Where did my, oh, there's my cool red. Here. So let's take some cool red out here. That might be a bit too much because we're going to put some white in there, I think. And you know what? I'm going to wash my hands because I had all that stuff flaking off. It was driving me bonkers. So I'm just going to take that extra little second just to clean off all of this residue that's built up on my fingers. And if you're in the same sort of situation where you feel like little things are kind of flaking off, then maybe this is a great opportunity for you as well to take 10 seconds and clean your hands. And might as well just change my water as well. Okay. Lolly says, I don't... You guys are cracking me up. Paul says, 2 hours for one painting times 4 equals 8 hours tonight. Guys, get ready to be camping by your desks. Hopefully not 8 hours. I just mentioned that I have these like little scrubbers. I think these I just get like from the grocery store, right? Because they're for scouring pots. but it won't scratch most surfaces because it's just kind of plasticky. I use these all the time, every night. They usually come in larger, and I just cut them with a regular pair of scissors. And I even cut them again, and I use them at the end of the night to scrape my palette, which works fantastic. After a while, they're useless. You just toss them in the garbage. But I also just used it to clean my fingers really quickly, and it's because it's not that abrasive. It's not like it scratches my hands and makes them feel bad or whatever. So that would just be just a little tip as we're going there. Okay, so we need, I think, a little bit of white to get this magenta. And let's do them side by side, and we'll just see how much of each we need. So I think let's just start out kind of small. Okay, so that's good, but it needs a little bit more red. And that's pretty close. It looks, I think, a little deeper red on camera than it is, but I think that's the exact color I need. I mean, again, I got two different television screens. I got one here and one here. That one looks a little bit more blue, and it's hard for me to tell if that's exactly what you guys see. This one looks a little bit more on the magenta side. So we'll see, and I never quite know if it's going to look exactly like it should on your computer screen at home. I would say that this is just magenta right out of the tube, your cool red, and a little bit of white. If you found it needed to be a little bit more blue, what I would do is just take a tiny smidgen of warm blue, not cool blue, because that's going to turn this into like a brown. But if I take a little bit of warm blue and mix it in here, it would just make it go a little bit warmer, a little bit more towards purple. Again, I'm happy with this, but I just want to point that out if you wanted to pursue that. Now, I'm also just going to mix more of it because I'm going to need more. So I'm just going to take a bit more paint and sort of triple my ratios. And you may want to kind of do this, kind of just start by mixing a little bit each time, rather than just mixing it all into one big blob. That way you can kind of see consistently how it's developing. Okay. Okay, pretty happy with that. So let's bring this back here. The other thing, now that I'm using this paint that has a lot of white in it, the likelihood that I'm going to need to do maybe a 2 coats is probably quite low because of the high covering capacity of white, right? It's so opaque that, unlike the red from the previous painting where I made the decision to do 2 layers just to give it that extra little bit more of heavier body. This, we should only need to do the 1. Okay. So, if you need to, you could do a little bit of outlining here for yourself if you're having trouble finding the original lines. All you need to do is sort of start by finding one of them, and then everything else kind of starts to fall into place here. I do think that once you start getting a little bit of paint on the canvas, though, it can be kind of tricky to see where these lines are. Like, you might be like, oh, I can see it pretty good right here. And then you start painting, you're like, I can't see them anymore. I don't know what it is about what happens there. I think it's just that you get that other color on, it maybe kind of gets confusing to the eye. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. I'm not sure how much of that you can see on camera, probably not much, but let's just start painting. Now I will sort of make a point to go a little bit over top of my pencil lines. Just so that they're kind of hidden. Another 8-hour session. Oh my goodness, Paula. I certainly hope not. You guys crack me up. Now, as I said, obviously doing this, I've all of the other lines inside for the where the nose goes, all that kind of stuff, that is now gone. It would still be there if I had done my typical yellow background, and I know some of you are going in that, using that same familiar process. So this could be more of a bit of a cautionary tale today for some people who really, you know, need the template to help them and feel a little bit lost without it. Now I might have painted that foot, well, maybe. I thought I went maybe a little bit too far down. We'll see. There's something about these animals that makes me feel like a having them a little bit, the paint being a little bit thick is not a problem. It could be actually a good thing too. So if you got a lot of texture building up, that it's probably not a reason to cry. But I mean, if you need to cry, then you should cry. Nothing wrong with a good cry to let out those emotions. one thing I am doing just right here, now that I've got the painting, a lot of it in place, is just going around with my brush, because I was using a smaller brush to do a lot of the work, and the smaller brush is just more likely to leave little tiny kind of fiddly marks here and there, and to kind of bring it back into the hole by using a thicker brush. I mean, I guess it's like house painting. If you've ever painted a house, you might do a little bit of like smaller work with a small brush, like around your windows, etc., and then come back with a roller to get just to kind of integrate those little things. Otherwise, if you've ever tried painting a large surface with a brush, you know, like a wall with a smaller brush, you can kind of sort of see all of its all the brush strokes on the wall, and what the great thing with the roller is it just evens them all out. Okay. So I think that's pretty good. Let's take a look at the original. Oh, just see the top of the head here. Looks a little bit different, hey? I think I want... more like that. I think that's okay. Oh, and I forgot this other little foot down here. I guess these feet are touching in the original. I'm going to keep mine separate like that. I don't know. I've just got it like that. I feel kind of happy with it, so it doesn't bother me too much. Yeah, it's funny when the other thing too that might be causing it could be a little deceptive is I think I've actually done a pretty good job matching these two pinks. The one thing that may be a little bit confusing is that blue that's in behind. And so that blue is actually affecting the way we look at that pink. This pink, if it was on a white background, would actually look more red. Now it's sort of looking, well, depending on the way you think, you could say that maybe that blue makes it look a little more purple, or that it's making it actually look more pink, right? I don't know. It's color. What a mystery, right? So I'll let this dry, and once it's dry, we'll put the just plain old magenta right from the tube over top of it. Maybe next I'm just going to put that green in, because I think we're going to use that same green that is in for the tennis ball. We're going to use that green but with a little bit of white to make the raccoon. Okay. Actually, I just put my phone in my paint box. That's one of those things that later on I'll be looking for that phone for like 3 hours, saying, what on earth? And then I'll be doing the timestamps of this video like in the middle of the night, and then go, there's my phone. That's what happened to it. Okay, yeah, so we're going to mix this green. So I need a little bit of cool yellow. let's take a bit of this blue. We don't need much of this color, so. So I took my cool blue and my cool yellow, mixing that together. That green, maybe even just a bit more yellowy green. I think that's good. Now, my tennis ball is gone here. Where was that? We've got a little shard, kind of supposedly right about here, and then the big part somewhere there. So let's just go to a smaller brush. And I'm going to, just like he did, paint the white and the darker color over top afterwards. In fact, this could have even had a little bit more yellow in this green, now that I see it on here. Okay. So let's just let this painting sit still for a little bit, let it all dry. We'll do all the text and all that later on. Sandra says, I have a bit of fluorescent pink paint. Should I mix it in with my cool red? Yeah, you may even be able to get away with just using that fluorescent pink on its own. I mean, you could try it and just see how it looks. Right, you could just put a little bit of paint on the canvas, and if you don't like it, just take immediately a cloth, maybe just a little bit of water on, and just wipe it off really quickly. You could also, again, or do a little bit of both and just put a couple little streaks on the paper to see how it reacts to your the canvas with your Imprimatura on there, right? Because that's the beauty and the frustration about doing this sort of process where we have a little bit of color that already exists on the canvas. What should we do next? Should we just go right to... You know what, I'm just going to go to the old dog. I'm going to put my cool blue in next. My reasoning is that I want to eventually mix a green, but I'm always trying to think like, okay, if this paint, I want to have to wash my brush and clean the palette as little as possible, right? So I'm thinking about using just this paint, just like this. In fact, I wonder if I need any white in that blue. I'm thinking that this could use just a little bit of white in here. Don't want to put too much on. And I'm going to scoop a bit more. paint has gotten kind of sticky just sitting on there. I wonder if... Let's put this white in there. Yeah. Just lighten it up just a little bit. In fact, did I go too far? Yikes. Actually, no, I think that's good. Now that I see this, yeah, I think it's okay. Again, the one thing about adding a little bit of white in it is going to mean that I lose the detail in the face. It doesn't bother me too much, but if you're really worried about that, then probably avoid putting the white into your blue paint. That back leg keeps getting bigger and wider. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. So you can see there's a little bit of this patchy transparency stuff happening, which doesn't surprise me, especially with the cool blue tends to do that a lot. Even though we added the white in here, we didn't put that much white in. So if we had a lot more white like we put into the magenta, we'd have a little bit more coverage. But Okay, I'm just gonna go clean up all of these ridges and things that I built up. Looks like I'm gonna have to do a second coat here. That's okay. Okay, let's get a rag and clean that up. It's not that big of deal. There we go, we fixed the problem. It's not that big of deal. That one leg just keeps getting wider and wider. So what that sort of means is that probably I gotta widen the front legs, which is kind of ridiculous, but so I'm gonna just go here. I'm widening the leg in the front. Okay, I'm also just gonna, where the ear is, I'm gonna come out just a little bit here. And I'll keep going out, I guess. This dog's head's just expanding. Okay, I think that's okay. Where's this? So I think what I need to do is just quickly blow dry this so that I can apply another layer over top, and then I'll let this sit and dry while I get the last one started. this blue paint. I don't know if it's because it was in this jar, but it definitely is thicker and harder to work with than it typically is. So that's a little bit of an interesting observation. Okay, so I should be able to do this next coat a little bit faster. I'm actually just going to drop a little bit of matte medium in here. Just going to wake this paint up a little bit. Okay. Makes me wonder if those containers aren't quite airtight or something. That some paint or air is squeaking through and slowly causing the paint to dry a bit. Which is probably true of all paints. There's probably a little bit of air that gets into your paints anyway, which is why, you know, you want to use your paints within a reasonable amount of time. I always have people say, oh, I've got some old paints kicking around the house that I haven't used in a decade, do you want them? And usually I'll say yes, just because sometimes I use them in classes, or I'll give them to a student that can't afford paint or something. There's been a number of times where that's happened, and then you try to open, like, tubes that are brand new, but again are maybe a decade old, 5-6 years old, and they've just been sitting somewhere, and you open them up and they're either completely rock solid or almost unusable. So still in the original packaging and everything. Everything's got a bit of a shelf life. Whenever the brush starts to fall, I just like push it as far away as possible. I don't know why I'm still keeping this cloth here, which I think is getting more paint on me than taking off of me, but that's... Okay, likewise, I'm just going to set this aside. And then this is the final one to do, which is our green, right? So to get this, I guess I'll see if I can make use of some more of this. If this is indeed starting to become less and less useful, then I might as well try to get rid of it as quickly as possible and start using it more frequently. Okay, so to get that green that we see in the image, we're going to mix some cool blue and cool yellow and a little bit of white into our paint. So let's get a brush. Take mostly our cool yellow. Let's take this cool blue, mix it in here. That looks pretty close. That was just a little bit of white. I don't know. I think that might be good enough. Good enough for my government work. So, well, I'm just gonna apply it, and then we'll see. I might need to do another coat of this as well. Again, I'm gonna lose a lot of my under drawing. What's interesting is on camera, I think it looks like I've completely nailed this color. At least I think. That's what it looks like on camera. In person, it definitely is a little bit brighter, a little bit more, a little less minty green and just more green. It doesn't really bother me, but it is just worth just noting that I think that is definitely, well, at least what I see on my preview screen, is just a little bit more blue. A little more blue and a little bit more white in there, but okay, so now I got that painted. I'm just going to now go in and just kind of clean this up. Bigger brush. Yeah, I think I might just blow dry this right now, and then we'll do that next coat. Just save me some time. Okay, let's just finish this layer up real quick. Give it a nice solid flat look that we see in the original. I'm really excited to do all the details on these paintings. So it's just this little bit of delayed gratification while we get this, the background, and then these things established. You know, it's like, again, like cooking, like making a cake, right? Maybe your favorite part of making a cake is just decorating it, putting the icing on. I know a good friend of mine is like a really well-known cake decorator who makes cakes for like major events, and like they're wild. They look like sculptures, you know, the kind of thing that looks like a sculpture, and then it turns out, oh, it's edible. Oh, that's wild. And she loves decorating cakes so much that she hires someone to actually do all the baking. Which is, you know, so it just allows her to focus on the part that she likes the most, that she's the best at, which is the decorating of the cakes, making the icing and doing all the kind of more creative aspect of cake decoration. I don't know if she makes that. I was just thinking, I was going to tell you who it is, but then I was thinking maybe that's just a insider secret. I don't know the politics of the cake decorating world. You never know. It could be be quite intense. Okay. I think that does it. There is a lot of lines that will go over top of all of that. So any sort of levels of imperfections or whatever in this layer are going to be kind of quite easily disguised if you want to disguise them. Okay, maybe just take a second here and just do a little check-in with the ones that we've got. So we just can see how they're progressing at this stage. Remember, this has got yellow, blue, and red Imprimaturas underneath. And this one has really none. It's like, or I guess you could say it's got a white with a little bit of yellow in it, closer to this one. But when they're all done, we'll see them all side by side and see how much of a difference it actually makes. Okay. That's the most recent one. Let's move that one. This one I think is been drawing the longest, so there. Clean up some brushes. Tanya, it's definitely a Canadian trash panda. Ah, the trash pandas. There was for those of you who may or may not know, I think Tanya's talking about, there was probably 5 years ago or so, there was famously this dead raccoon that died in Toronto, and it took like the city like I don't know, I feel like it took a couple of days for them to come and take it away, and while it was there, people started bringing it flowers, and it was just dead on the side of the road, and it kind of became this big thing in Toronto. And it was funny, my wife and I we weren't married yet at the time, but we spent the summer in Toronto there when all that was happening, and saw all of the trash pandas, the trash raccoons, because there's a lot of raccoons, I think, in major places within Canada. Here in Vancouver, I was just watching raccoons with our daughter out the window, and all the crows going nuts, because the raccoons like to get into the trees and eat the eggs, etc. But yeah, raccoons that dig around in the trash are trash pandas, because they're kind of adorable, and yet raccoons are pretty scary. If you've ever, they're like, oh, they're so adorable, and then you get up close and like, yeah, and they got like those claws and opposable thumbs. You don't want to screw with them. Okay, I think you know what, I'm going to blow dry all 3 of these, because they're all, this one we painted like an hour ago and it's still wet. So I'm just going to do that real quick here. Okay, that hair dryer, man, it makes such a difference if you're making, you know, you're painting with acrylic. You know, something that might take, you know, like this was like, that probably could have taken another 15 minutes to get to this point. What was that, 15 seconds with the hairdryer, and boom, done, we're ready to move on. So I'm gonna go to this one next, just because it's in front of me. There's really no logic inside this cranium here, folks. It's a bunch of marbles just rolling around. Okay. So we want to do the magenta on here. I think this little fella. Just adding a bit more yellow on there. Wasn't quite as yellow green as I had wanted, and just like that, boom, that's taken care of, all done. I don't actually, that kind of blue back there is growing on me. It has a bit of like a gray quality, which some people may or may not like. It's going to be debatable as to, is it enhancing this pink or is it taking away from the pink? I mean, because again, like, some of this you just have to do it to see it. Like, there's part of me in my mind originally, before we were thinking, I was thinking, oh, well, that is going to make the pink really pop because we got the opposing color to it. But it's also the opposite can happen. If it gets in here, it might, because it's also mixing into this color, it could be actually pulling it down towards the neutral core. So, and yeah, so let's get some of this magenta out. And I think we'll be okay with just painting it right out of the tube. We'll see if I need to make it darker like we did with the warm red by adding a little bit of the cool blue in here. Potentially we could end up adding just a little bit even of the green that we had there, or a little bit of cool blue, just to make it a tiny bit darker. But we'll see if we can get away with this as it is. Now, obviously, again, by painting with that white over here, I've lost that detail. So it might be worth just sort of thinking, okay, where do some of these details go? I think that could be a schnoz right there. Nose around here. I think that's good there. Okay. getting way too much paint on my brush there. So I painted it a little bit different. You can see he's done these marks like really fast, like very almost gestural kind of painting here. So I just can't allow myself to paint as kind of quickly and as kind of rough as he did. I'm a little bit too anal retentive to do that, but you could see that there's it should give, you know, some people permission to feel like they're allowed to paint a little bit quicker and rougher and not worry so much about precision. Sandra says there's a really nice YouTube channel of a guy in Canada who feeds raccoons hot dogs every day. Wow. I guess there's something for everybody. That is hilarious. Okay. So that's sort of my version, just eyeballing it. Pretty close. So let's do the... yeah, like, now that I see them side by side, I feel like I could have made that just a tiny bit on the purple side. If I added just a little bit of warm blue into my magenta with the white, I think we would have gotten closer to the color of this actual dog. But it is what it is, and I don't think it's a deal breaker. Let's make a dark color just for the inside of this tennis ball here. What's this thing? Oh, I just noticed a bit on the blue side. I don't know. That's gonna be fine. A little bit more of a black color. Okay. The Racoon Whisperer. That is funny. I bet you he's in Toronto. It is pretty amazing how many raccoons there are in Toronto, which is a huge city. There's maybe like, what, 6 million people live in Toronto? It's a massive city, and to see any wildlife besides birds in a city that big is like, you know, it is because you just don't, like, how on earth, where do they go at night? And for raccoons, they're just scavenging around town. Okay, so I think this one just needs some lettering, which will take a little bit of time, but maybe I'll save that for a few minutes. I'll let all this kind of start to dry so that I don't have to be... It's so much easier to do lettering when you're not kind of like just deathly terrified that you're going to smudge the canvas. So this one's kind of interesting. I don't know if you can see... Can you see that? I had it for a second. Look at the texture on there. That's from this blue paint. And I guess, you know, I had so much paint in there that honestly it's my fault because the lid obviously isn't closed properly. So some air got in there. So this paint had already started to dry and it got kind of chunky. Again, that's something that probably, you know, when we're done this painting, most people won't notice. But it's just, yeah, it's one of those things that is a little bit, a little frustrating, right? So So I'm gonna, to do the old dog here, I need to get a paint that's pretty dark for the outlining. So I think I want to just continue what I started here, which was to make like a black, but we're going to turn it into a darker blue. All right, so we get that there. Let's get, actually, you know what? Rather than, I'm thinking to myself is, rather than using this here, we've got a bunch of this green, and remember that it's green and warm red, or cool yellow and cool blue and warm red that make black. So rather than all of this green that's just going to go to waste, let's put this in here. Now there is a little bit of white in there, which could result in this color being a little bit whitish. Which is meaning this is going a bit more purpley than I would have liked. So I do need a little bit of cool yellow. Just not enough yellow, I guess, in there. I thought I was going to be really smart and just blow everyone's minds. And nope. Not smart enough. Now I need more red. Okay. Let's see if I can do this again. Let's take some cool blue, cool red. I'm going to take some cool red in here. And that's actually pretty much the color I want. I want some, maybe a little bit more blue. That's actually kind of cool. Would not have mixed that color. So what we have right here is a very deep purple. We probably want something that's a little bit more warm, like a little bit of warm blue in here would also work. But I'm just using the colors I have on my palette. So I just used cool blue, cool yellow, and cool red so that I could try to get some of this darker blue that we're about to use here. So let's just move that out of the way. Once again, I've lost some detail, so I can just sketch that out real quick. So if you've lost all these details like this, what you want to do is look for things that can help. Right, here's the bottom of this ear. Is there anything else? Right, so the bottom of that ear, this ear should actually be lower than this ear, so maybe that should come down here. The mouth, it needs to come up higher than the bottom of that ear, so this mouth is somewhere in here. This is where that ear is going to go. We're going to go halfway between here. That tells me that this nose is going to be somewhere in here. And then these eyes, if this is kind of towards the top, these eyes are going to be somewhere in this vicinity. Those look a little close together, but I think once we start painting it, it'll start revealing itself to us. Maybe let's even zoom in. You can see where, so I'm actually just going to erase a little bit here. I'm using an eraser like this because it's the kind of eraser that it will fall apart before the surface falls apart. Another eraser, let's say a white eraser or an orange, like orange eraser would probably be the worst thing to use because they're really hard, right? They're meant for, you know, for just erasing writing on paper. This will crumble into a million little pieces before it starts to wreck my painting. So I'm always thinking about that kind of thing. What is the softest kind of material I can use to kind of protect the canvas? I'm gonna make sure this is in focus. I'm going to put the eyes in last because I want to get everything, I want to locate what I can first and then paint it into place. And that will start revealing where everything else needs to go, including maybe making this nose bigger. We'll see. Okay, so those eyes where I had drawn them before seemed too high. I think they need to be closer to the nose and further away. Same sort of thing on this side. Let's make it a little bit higher up. So you can see where my pencil mark was. I had a much higher, which is actually probably closer to the original. Now mine's maybe a little bit closer to that nose. It's okay. Okay. Maybe before I go on, I'm just going to take a little bit of this white, just like what he did. But you know what? I'm going to take a bit of the cool blue, too. Oops. So I kind of took a little bit of the... I didn't wash my brush. I just took the paint that was on my brush. And got a little bit of cool blue on there, because I think that's in here as well. That's a little bright. I'll let that dry, and then I'll probably take a little bit of blue and just maybe kind of dry brush a bit over top of that. So it's not quite as bright as that. And actually, remember we've got this pink from here before. Let's just take that right on our brush. Again, if you want the paint sort of mixing in there, we would have to do that kind of all at once, but I think it's okay like that. Okay. So much for being done by about 2:30 after 2.5 hours. As I roll on to 3.5 hours here. Remember I said dry brush? I'm going to take my brush and literally just dry it off a little bit. And then go over these areas. Let's just see. A little bit more paint on here. Just rub a bit of that off to get the white off, and then here's some more paint. I think that's just, I mean, I guess let's just see if I paint into it. Maybe I'll just leave that like that. Slightly different personality. Those two dogs look a little bit different. They're kind of like brothers, right? Or sisters. Okay. And our raccoon. I think we could do this, use this exact color again. In fact, I just don't know if I have enough. I'm gonna mix some more. So this color was my cool blue. What did I say? Cool blue and cool red. And cool yellow. I really like this really dark purpley thing we got going here. So let's take this cool blue, a little bit more cool red, mix that in there. What's nice is that this is not quite as bright and poppy as the purple would be if we were mixing magenta and warm blue together. Right? Because magenta or cool red and cool blue together are going to get a much brighter purple, which is a great purple, but if we want something like the color that we see here, we've got a much darker purple. It's like a very dark blue, and it's kind of a cool blue. So this is actually, we're pretty close. I could add a little bit of this cool yellow in here. We'll remove a bit of the purpley quality and just pull it a little bit towards the center. But I actually don't mind that color. Again, if I want it to be closer to the original, I would just take a little bit of that, and it's going to just turn into a bit more of a black. But I think I'm going to see how this all results right here. And if I want, I'll put some of that yellow in there, but I might be happy with it as it is. Okay. I wonder how many people are actually painting these animals like I'm doing here. If people are doing their own thing. This is also a great way, doing any kind of outlining, I can just clean up maybe some of the areas that weren't quite as precise as I might have wanted them to be. Okay. So again, if I've lost all of these details, what I can do is think, I have this corner. That's really all I have. I got these two corners. This kind of pulls around and then comes towards the center. This, I think, almost about the bottom, maybe a little bit higher, is kind of where the chin is. And then kind of goes up like that. So I'll just even just paint some of this in. Let's say that's the chin. Okay. And then from there we've got a little mouth and what appears to be a nose, kind of right here. And that goes, that's the center, kind of goes up a little bit to the right. And then let's kind of figure out where these eyes are going to go. Somewhere in here. Maybe there should be a little bit closer to the nose, but that's okay. Yeah, so I got the eyes in just a slightly further away place, but I don't know if it bothers me too much. If I really wanted, it wouldn't be too hard just to paint that. I could paint it white and then paint that green back over top. might, oh, I may even put a little bit of black there. We're going to use black for the cat, so maybe a little bit of black for that nose. I mean, I could mix my own, obviously, but I think that might be in order there. Let's keep scrolling down. I'm going to work on this arm first. Okay, and that's also going to tell us a little bit about where this other hand goes. Actually, you know what? Before, let's keep on going down, because I think that would also tell us more about where that other hand goes as well. So if we come on down here, we have this foot. So he's got a lot of little kind of hairs and stuff that he's painted in. I'm gonna wait a little bit before I do that. I want to get most of the rest of the body painted in before I just jump to that. Okay. So if I zoom out on both of these, right, if we've lost the hand, just think about where, you know, we look at this line and we found that by doing this other leg, it sort of points towards where this hand is going to be. Right, and then we look to see this one. I think it's going to start a little bit lower, which makes sense because it's closer to us. Okay. Don't want to go too far to the edge there. I think that's probably pretty good. All right, we can also just do a little bit of quick measuring. You know, if we think about this here, kind of aligns with that ear. So, you know, I'm always just looking around the painting to see, are there any kind of benchmarks I can use to help with this whole process. Let's keep on going. Let's do the tail, I suppose, next. what's interesting is he doesn't outline the top of the tail. He uses the curves from the stripes to help us understand where those are. All right, so I'm probably not gonna, these aren't gonna be the same as where his are, because it just seems kind of silly to try to make sure we got all of them in there. But again, I think what he's doing a great job of doing is using these kind of curving lines tell us a lot about the shape of this tail. So even if you've never seen a raccoon in your life, you can understand, oh, they got these, this is a tail, and it's, you can understand kind of the basic volume of it in relation to the rest of the body. Donna says, I'm not painting, but I am coloring. Oh, interesting. You got me intrigued, Donna. What is Donna coloring? Is that pencil crayons? I definitely did it a little bit differently. Should I do one more? I think we got space for one more. At least that's what he did. Okay, so now we can start putting some of the fur on here. Don't know if I can bring myself to do as sort of carefree brushstrokes as he did. I'm too much of a perfectionist, even though I'm always telling people to loosen up. You could see he probably did all of this in about 4 or 5 minutes, and it's taken me like 20, but okay. There's this big one kind of right down the chest here. You know, it's just one of those things where you make your painting in the way that feels most comfortable to you, and maybe okay, let's do a little bit more of a dry brush thing here, Michael. Let's try to do this more like what he did. Stop being so worried about making it perfect. A little bit more of a dry brush quality going. Okay. I feel like this back side needs to be bigger and darker there. And then the ground. I think this is the only one with a shadow too. So I'm going to do this with this dark paint, and then I'm going to probably do a little bit with a little bit of cool blue. Just going to take a bit of this cool blue, get this on my brush. Even more cool. Okay. It's a lot of fiddling. So I think that's okay. Let's okay, I'm gonna jump start that again. Okay, well that's working. Let me clean a few brushes. Oh, Donna says she's using pencil crayons in my Zen journal, and I'll post when I'm done. Love it. Okay. So we'll let this sit and dry while we bring a couple of the others to final conclusion. So now it looks like we have a few that are all using this cool blue. Now I'll just show here. So we've got this cool blue. It looks like it could be a little bit darker, like we were just painting. We've got this slightly darker red that we used before for the cat, I think. Maybe just not quite as dark. So I think I'm just going to use this kind of paint we've just been mixing here. So this is our cool blue with just, you know, we had a little bit of the darker color that we made when we mixed cool blue and cool red together to get this very dark purple. So I'm just going to allow a little bit of that to creep into my cool blue paint. Okay. And I cannot see my text anymore. Just noticing that. I mean, part of me says I could just leave it like this, but I like the title. So do I want to try to transfer that back up top here? I think I will. I'm also I want to try to protect the rest of the canvas from getting this carbon paper on there. So just because that paint might stick to the carbon paper, or the carbon paper might stick to the paint. Either way, right? So it looks relatively level. All right. Make sure there's actually carbon paper underneath, right? Now this makes me think I might need a Posca pen for this stuff. This is some small writing. I can do it, but it would take me some time now that I see. Wonder if, I think I've got a blue one. I'll have to take a look. Okay. That's some tiny writing. Let me see. It's a different color. Let's paint it. I'm already at approaching 4 hours, so I'm just like, let's just keep this train going here. Let's see. I've also, you know, that pencil, the carbon paper I just put on there is also kind of, I can kind of keep a little bit of that to help the legibility of this, assuming I don't make too wide of pencil marks or it's too opaque. Go to an even smaller brush here. Doesn't look so pretty up close. I'm also kind of going kind of quickly. I want to get all these other ones done too. I got, you know, this would be the first of 4 that'll be completed. So probably would have been, I would have been done 5 minutes ago had I used the Posca pen, and it would have looked a little bit cleaner. You know, as I look at this painting as it's coming together, you know, this is the one where we put the blue Imprimatura down first, and it's been a bit of a roller coaster as I've looked at it develop, and certainly there's been times where I felt like, I don't know. But as it gets closer, especially now that I'm painting these, like, maybe, you know, there's something about it that seems to be working, right? And that's always just like, somebody just gotta wait till the painting is done before you judge it, right? And you just gotta carry it through to the end and judge it when it's done. When you've done what you set out to do, then stop and say, it's good or it's bad. I've been teaching long enough to have seen so many times in classrooms where people get so upset at themselves, so disappointed, and especially when I'm looking at what they're doing and thinking how marvelous it is, and they're like, "Ah, it's just a disaster. I hate it. Ah, I'm no good at this. I told you I couldn't paint." All sorts of and I'm like, "What are you talking about? It looks great." Well, I think we must be in different universes, because what you've done is great. Just wait till it gets done. It's interesting, like up close, like on camera there, it definitely is less appealing. But once I kind of, as I've been painting, kind of stand back a little bit and look at it, it kind of works. And I think, you know, probably this color would have been exactly the same as what I just used. I thought this was going to be a little bit lighter, but I think it's also because I used the carbon paper and I kind of pressed a little bit hard, and so I had pretty dark lines, and that kind of mixed into that paint and made it darker anyway. It is what it is. I think that one's done. So we'll move this one off to the side. Paula says, "Hi Heidi, the news making us cry. The killing of innocent people in the war zone. Does it help with our tears?" Interesting, Paula. Well, I'm not exactly sure I understand what that comment means. Does the killing of it, does it help? Or do the tears help? Is that what you mean? Do the tears help? Well, you know, it's like anything. I think if you can try to find a positive out of it, you know, crying definitely can just feel like that emotion coming out is helpful, I think, for sure. I do think, you know, being a Ukrainian myself and thinking about how horrible all this is, there is something, the fact that so many people are showing interest in this, I think fills me with a lot of hope, because I think, okay, that's the fact that people aren't ignoring the situation, and that there's a bit of powerlessness, because if certain things happen, we'll end up in like a hot war, and bombs start exploding here, and so we want to try to contain that war. Okay, so I want to use... I wonder if I can get away with this, since I don't know if I want to use any more. I just want to see if I can use up all the paint here. I'm going to try to use my cool red. Is that okay if I use cool red here? I'm going to use my cool red and just allow... There's a little bit of blue in here. Because that kind of turns it into a bit of a kind of a muddy, warm red. Okay, not going to be the exact same color just because I'm getting lazy. So... nice. Okay. Actually, maybe I'll just... I was going to paint them kind of thin first and then thicken them later, but, you know, we're at that time where I just got to pick up the pace and I'll just do them wider all at once, which is not advisable if you've got the time. I would do them a little bit thinner and then widen them as you go as necessary. Sometimes you wonder if trying to do things the faster way ends up taking longer anyway. I wonder, what do you think this one's about? Old dog, I still love you. Is that someone talking to an old dog? And saying, hey, you old dog, I still love you. Or do you think it's an old dog that still loves you? One of the things, you know, just watching interviews with David Shrigley is just him talking about his process, how he often comes up with the picture first and then the text, and often the text is just based on things that he hears while walking down the street or on the transit, on the tube. And he said sometimes he tries to mix it up by starting the text first and then finding a word or a picture that goes with it. And he tries not to overthink it too much. And he himself says, I don't really know what all of them mean, which is kind of typical. You know, sometimes as artists, we do things, and if you're really embracing the creative process, stuff happens and you're not really sure why it happens, what you've created, why you've created it. Like I tell my students, often I create things and it's not until after I've created it and I think about it that I understand why I made it. you know, I'm like, oh, you know why I probably did this? Where it came from is, like, last night I was watching Law and Order, and there was an episode about, I don't know, gangsters, and character was eating a banana, and the banana was rotten, and that's how I got this idea to do the a rotten, you know, like, so sometimes you have to kind of think about, after you've made it, where it came from, what it's all about. Which runs totally contrary to the way that, you know, we're told we're supposed to do things in the rest of our lives, right? We're supposed to have a plan and, you know, prepare and think it through and then take action. Art kind of gives us an opportunity to do things backwards. You know, to act first and then ask questions. Or ask permission after you do it. Or ask for forgiveness. I had a sculpture teacher who would say things like that. He's like, do it and then ask for permission. Like, if you want to do something around the school that is borderline illegal, I don't want to sanction anything, but do it and then beg for forgiveness from the school. Which happened a few times. There was, I did a few, I did one where I went to Home Depot and got, I think, like 4 or 5 pails of paint, like gallons of paint. You know, the mixed tints that nobody wants. And then we went to, there was this hallway or stairwell on campus where it was called the graffiti stairwell, and it was just covered in graffiti. There we go. And it was sort of this area where you were allowed to make a kind of a mess. And so I went into the graffiti stairwell and had a friend throw 6 gallons of paint at me while I was standing there, and we filmed the whole thing. And then I didn't quite think the whole cleanup through, so I had like 1 towel. It turned out when you're covered in paint, you need a little more than 1 towel. So I was walking around the school, nevertheless, like, creating a huge mess, walking all over. I got in big trouble for that. But if I had asked beforehand, they would have said clearly, no, are you insane? You're not allowed to do that. I had to go clean up. It took me 4 hours on my hands and knees scrubbing latex paint off the floor. But that's art school. I mean, that is just sort of, you know, that's one of the fun things for me about teaching it in art school, is every day you go in there and there's some kind of nutty thing happening. And it's just sort of like, oh, that's cool. I like it. I like kind of that little bit of chaos. Like, there should be that little bit of play allowed. Okay, so let's go to this one here. Let's zoom in. I love, Kathy says, I like that the dog is the same color as the flag. The blue, he's a Ukrainian dog, I guess. Donna says, it's about how some people get, about the old dog, it's about how some people get new puppies and the old dog gets taken to the pound. Old dogs are amazing, and I think it's the dog talking. The dog saying, I still love you, don't take me to the pound. Just because it's old doesn't mean they are disposable. I get you 100%. I personally am a much bigger fan of old dogs. My wife's parents have an old dog and a very young dog, and they're big dogs. And that, well, the young dog is now a couple, maybe 3 or 4 years old now, and time flies, but boy, oh boy, when that thing was young, it was just a terror. Running around, leaping on everybody, making a mess. Can't sit still, always barking, and then the old dog just sort of, every once in a while, raise its head, look around. Yeah, I'm definitely an old dog person. Come on. Yeah, so does David Shrigley know what that old dog painting means? I don't think so. And I think he likes sort of that juxtaposition of the words and text and letting us try to kind of fill in the blanks. And kind of being surprised by what people come up with. And it's the same thing with like music. You know, we all have songs that resonate with us very strongly because, you know, maybe we had our first kiss, or, you know, our first concert or whatever from it. And some songs are like super deeply meaningful because they remind us of those moments. And yet for the songwriter, it might have just been tossed off. You know, it might have just been something they wrote literally on the spot. They had to get one more song done to finish the album, which happens a lot. If you hear like songwriters talking about like an album, like often sometimes their biggest singles are ones where they put like the least amount of time into, and it just sort of came together. And that's the one that everyone wants them to play when they do their big shows. And they're like, this is so weird. This is the one that, like, the least amount of thought went into, and yet it's the one everybody loves. Okay, interesting situation happening here. So here's the text. It is, I don't know how it got so close. I just must have expanded the body. But like, let's say, so for instance, this is the T. The I would be basically touching. So I'm going to just shift everything over as I paint it. And I'm going to use a smaller brush as well. Alright, so here's where the B is supposed to be. I'm going to move it right here. this blue paint that is, I think, kind of dried a bit. This is quite maddening painting with this chunky paint. It's just... I should probably be using one of my fluid acrylics. In fact, I got one more... Oh, no. Of course, this is where all the... This is the final painting. I was going to say, oh, you know, I'll use it for the last... Oh, this is the last one. Hey, that is not pretty up close. This is where, remember Lolly was saying, "Oh, you do such an amazing job painting text, Michael. It's just incredible." I was thinking to myself, as soon as I saw that, I was like, don't speak too soon. And here we are. Okay. So I'll do all the reveal with all of these here shortly. We got this last little bit here with the cat. So can I, without just going and squeezing more paint on here, let's use this. Let's put a bit of yellow into this mixture just to make it go a little bit darker. And pull it into the neutral core as much as possible. Cool blue, cool yellow, and cool red. Just want to be careful I don't get too much of a brown going here. But that looks... Oops, of course none of that's on camera. Ah! Right, so this is it was the purple, and I just added some of the cool yellow into it to pull it from here into this vicinity. It's a little bit different than that. Okay. So, oops. Well, Yeah, let's... Okay, we're gonna wrap up here. So... I think it's time to do a little side-by-side comparison, take a look at all of these and see how we did. Maybe just before we do so, reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when upcoming videos are going to be. I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of surprise bonus episodes over the next few weeks. So make sure you've got that notification bell triggered so you know when that happens, right? Of course, join the Facebook page so that, because I'll always post at least 4 or 5 hours before we go live that there are those videos there. And if you want to leave a donation, here's how you can do so. You can even make a donation directly through YouTube using the super chat function. That's if you see a little $sign underneath the comment area. And all the links are down in the description below if you want to look for those. Okay. So let's clear some space and take a look at all of our paintings. We'll do one at a time here. So our first one is the old dog, I Still Love You. I think that one turned out pretty good. There's obviously, this is slightly different color. I do, now that I see it, think it probably would look better if I had actually used warm red as opposed to cool red. But it's such a small thing that I don't think most people are going to care. Let's just maybe zoom in just a little bit here. Okay. And also, you know, the eyes are a little bit different. I could have pushed them a little bit further away, but I don't mind. I think it actually looks kind of... I like the way mine does in its own world, right? Like, I think it works well as it is, as opposed to what you see there. I think it also works really well there. I don't think mine's wrong, it's just different. There's definitely times where mine is different and wrong, or not as much as I'd like, but I like how that turned out, so that's good. Let's look at a different one. And how about let's go zooming in, since we're already zoomed in. Here, we'll look at them side by side. And that's pretty good. I didn't do quite as many little marks there in the face. And again, this one had the blue background. And ultimately it came out well. It's not quite as like vibrating pink, which I think actually if I had put just a little bit of some blue into this, I think we would have got a little bit closer to what we see on the left. The colors are very different all around, and it's funny that this magenta now looks like a warm red, right? It looks much warmer on here. The outlining I did with the cold red, but now it looks warm just because of the things that are surrounding it. Okay, that feels good though. I'm happy with that. Let's, I guess, look at this fellow next. And I guess we'll zoom out. So remember, this one had red Imprimatura we put down first. And I think it worked pretty well with this green. I think in person, this is a little bit more of a lime green than what we see on camera, I think. I'm not exactly sure what you guys see, but that's how it looks to me. I'm a little, you know, some of the writing, especially as this paint got kind of, was seizing up on me. It's not as well done as I would like it to have been. Oh, that nose. Yes. I want this to be darker still. Not sure. I'll have to wait for that to dry. I may even put a black paint on there. In fact, instead of me saying I might do that at some point, let's just do that right now. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can see it's definitely darker, but let's zoom in, and I think you'll see a little bit more what I just did. It's going to be kind of... I think it'll take a while for all that to dry. Right now it's pretty shiny. And I also deliberately gave it some texture, too, so it'll pop off the face just a bit more. I think I would have liked to have I probably could have added a little bit of like medium inside my blue here just to make it a little bit thinner so we could see a little bit more of it through the green. It is what it is, but you know, you learn. Otherwise, I'm pretty happy with the way all that turned out. Again, that drives me a little nuts, but it is what it is. And then lastly, we have this one here. Again, I did a little bit of slightly different whiskers there. Looks pretty good too. Okay, and this one, this is the one where I just painted the yellow, or the white and yellow, without any Imprimatura at all, just that layer to begin with. So maybe it's worth just, we'll now kind of just do a little comparison between each of these and just see them side by side. So I'm not sure how much of that's going to come across on camera. This is, remember we painted this all yellow and then put 2 coats of thin white over top of it. And then here, this one, we have white with just a little bit of the same yellow. It's interesting, and it's you know, ideally we would do this with the exact same image so that we can actually compare them properly. Because these colors are going to be affecting the way that we see them. But what is interesting is that this has much more of a cream color. It looks a little bit like an egg, you know, just like that slight off-white. Whereas this one, and again, it may be helpful just to have like a tube of white paint, or there, just maybe that's not ideal. Let's say just a piece of white paper. Just so we can see what actual white looks like. So this one, I have to say, kind of has, it almost looks to me a little bit greenish, to be honest. I don't know if you can see it, but it almost looks, you know, like glow-in-the-dark paint kind of has a slightly greenish quality. That's what that looks like. Do I mind it, like, on its own? I think it looks totally fine. I don't think you'd be like, yeah, it looks great. When I put these two side by side, however, this one does have something about it that is hard to kind of put your finger on why it just, for me, just seems slightly more appealing. And we're talking such a nuanced thing that most people are not going to notice the difference. Most people, they would just there'd be no clue what we've done here. But I think just, you know, as we're learning, I think it's helpful to kind of see that. How about we'll put these three side by side here. So these are all the ones that we put color on, right? To begin with. Right here we had yellow, we had blue, and then red side by side. And the same white applied on all three surfaces afterwards to kind of make them much more white. But obviously deliberately not completely, because we didn't want to just obliterate all of the paint that was there. We want to kind of keep it a part of the painting. Now, for me, it's a reminder of why I use the warm yellow. I mean, I like how that looks. It's not that I don't like these, and I think they actually turned out really well. I'm really happy with the way they turned out, but they're just different. And it's just something to think about going forward, that we could use a color like that to get a particularly kind of nuanced background. I mean, trying to paint this kind of blue like that by adding just a white with a little bit of blue, we get a different effect. Just like we got a different effect when we put white with just a little bit of yellow to get this in comparison. So we would get, again, something slightly, you know, I have no idea exactly what it would look like. Same thing here. And does anybody remember, who was here all the way back at the beginning 5 hours ago, what the order of it was? I think we had Old Dog, Elegant, was it Tennis Ball, Sorry? Or Destroyed Sorry? Or was it Elegant Dog? Who remembers? Do you remember the order we had these in? I'd like to think it was like this. That one, you know, back when we started. But I don't know. Now I'm super... Anyway, you can see them all side by side. It is pretty cool. Okay. So, that brings us to the end of another episode of painting. A long evening. We've got 4 cool artworks done. Not quite the 8 hours that Paula was predicting. But we certainly got kind of close. 5 hours is kind of long, but I also feel like, wow, that was a pretty good 5 hours for me. I got 4 paintings I'm really happy with accomplished in that short period of time. And we got to learn about one of the world's great contemporary artists. And yeah, I strongly encourage you to think about making your own version like this. Paint your own dog, your own cat, your own goldfish, or whatever it might be. Okay, everybody. So, in just a couple days, we're going to be doing something totally different. We're going to go back in time. We're going to look at Claude Monet's painting of haystacks, one of the most famous images in art history. The haystack series that he did was revolutionary, and so we're going to talk all about that. It's also one of the most expensive paintings ever purchased, over $115 million. So rather than saving up your pennies for a $115 million painting, we're going to make our own version of it. Okay, so we'll see you guys on Thursday. Enjoy the rest of your evening, morning, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. We'll talk to you again very, very soon. Good night, everybody.